Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Oh, lovely. The second I switch over to the screen, my OBS tells me the encoder is overloading. Good start. Bug, how are you doing? You are indeed first. I hope you are well. We're back. It's been a weekend. Hopefully you all had a good one. I started a few things going this morning to get things ready for today. I made a little bit more miraging steel. No, I forgot that I didn't actually need to make a great deal since we already have pretty much what we need for today. Um, and I did make a little bit more tungsten steel as well. I made another 512. I'm going to do another 512 tungsten steel as well, just to be on the safe side. Because we are, at some point in the not too distant future, we are going to need to add the other 4 of these. Oh my god, that is... That smoke is really going up there, isn't it? Holy shit. Well, it won't matter so much when we've got the other ones on there. That'll be fine then, but yeah. The Derek's been swinging on a chainsaw and splitting axe this weekend. Oh. I mean, at least you've been getting work done. That's a good thing, right? Oh, and I'm still getting eggs. Guitar Lillian, how are you doing? Did you manage to make it to MV power? I know you said you were getting close. Here you are at 2 AM, wide awake. Yeah, to be fair, I can relate to that. Hopefully you manage to get some good rest tonight, though, when you do finally sleep. Okay, so we left off last stream. We got a lot done last stream. We got... there's a few things I need to start off with today, actually, with these. But we got the bender, we got the wire mill, we got the lathe multi-block, we got the assembler multi-block, we got the circuit assembler multi-block. The plan for today is the laser engraver and another cutting saw for doing the cutting of the things from the laser engraver. Of those two, we also need to do the large extrusion machine, and we also need to do... We're going to do the mixer as well. And once we've got those done, we can start working on the things for the ore processing. That is the plan. Because we're rudely awakened by an angry scammer yelling at Kath on his phone. Oh, wow. Why was he so angry? Was his scam not working? Got the MV converter, but didn't have any machines yet. That's a start. That is a good start. Right, yeah, I had an issue where my IV energy hatch was not crafting. Yeah, isn't it? I think it's because I moved the patterns around. But yeah, there was a few things we were a little short on for this. Like we don't have sodium potassium for the energy hatches being passively crafted yet. So I think that's the first thing we want to get done today, is to make sure we have some sodium potassium available when it's needed. So we're going to need another storage drive for that. We are running out of destruction cards as well. Let's make a few more of those. All right, sodium, potassium. We should have everything we need for this. We might need to get a little bit more potassium. Potentially. I'm not sure. I haven't checked on how much we actually have. Kath called him a scammer. Heard they went on talking. Put the phone down. And after a while, took it back up and said, "Sorry, I had to step away. Can you please repeat?" I like that. GG, Kath. All right, so sodium we got plenty of, we know that. Potassium, oh, we got 4,000. I'm gonna get 1 bucket from each, so, and... Yeah, we could probably do with a little bit more potassium, but for the most part, we should be fine. Oh, we can actually passively create this. as well, if we really want to, as well as a little bit of nitrogen and oxygen, because we are getting saltpeter from hostile neural networks. What else can we get this from? Biotite? Wait, we're already processing biotite, so we're already getting potassium in passively, assuming that setup is still running. Which it appears to be. That's centrifuging the deep slate dust. That'll give us biotite. Yeah, that seems to be, that's working. Well, that should give us enough. If not, we can also always find other ways of getting potassium. You know, next room he had them on speaker, as he always does with calls. Yeah, my dad's the same with calls. He tends to have it on speakerphone a lot. I think it's easier for him than just kind of holding the phone up to his ear. Which makes sense. Right, so sodium, potassium, we are just doing this in a chemical reactor. If we just use, I'll do an HV chemical reactor and a converter. I've got to make sure the machine holes are still working, actually, because they don't. Yeah, we're having issues with the machine hole. Why are we having issues with the machine holes? Okay, bear with me. I'm clicking the wrong button. It's fine. All right, so we're looking for holes. Why are they still in there? Oh, wait, no, that's right. Wait, why? Wait. Why are you not working? Hold on. Hold on. It's in there, but nothing's gone into the input bus. Why? Um, that's actually a little concerning. Why is that not working? Online, it's got the... Oh, because these still have the fluids in them, don't they? Oh, I didn't actually take the fluids out of these. That's why, because it can't go in because there's no space for the fluids. Okay, that's fine. Let's make sure there aren't any others, which there probably are. Yep. I thought I'd taken all these out. That one's going to need to be removed because we haven't got primal mana. We are going to need that again anyway, I can't imagine. If we do, we can put it in, put another one in. That has fluids, that has fluids. That explains why other things were not working either. Okay. Let's just remove all of these, because the fluids are already going to be in the machine for this. So we don't need to send them out with a recipe. All right. That one we're just going to get rid of. We don't need that recipe anymore. I can't imagine we're going to be making another 10 pad. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take all the holes out and try and keep the holes together. So ULV, we've got LV, we've got HV, we've got MV, EV, IV. Yeah, we'll try and keep all the holes together. Right, now let's try that again. 1 amp converter. That's better. That's more like it. All right, so, and we need a chemical reactor. You want to go back to that awesome arcade that was in your dream? What was in the arcade? All right, we need to be over here. All right, so sodium, potassium. Where are we going to put this? I guess we put it down... all this is going to have to be moved soon anyway, but I guess we put the sodium, potassium here for now. Lots of different retro game machines and games, all your favorites, and it was free. You were mid-gaming, you and Kath, when the scammer yelled. That was rude. Okay, so the conveyors look like they potentially also have the fluid still in them. No, they don't. So why are you not crafting? Oh, because you need liquid rubber in there, don't you, when you don't have the rubber? Oh, no, we need to put silicon rubber. We were going to do it with silicon rubber, weren't we? There we go. Yeah. That'll make it a little bit cheaper. Okay, cool. So that gives us our interface. How was everyone's weekend, anyway? What did you all get up to? Mine was pretty good. I ended up spending a lot of time playing GTNH. Probably more than I should have done. But a lot of progress was made. Alright, so that goes to there, that connects to there. That has got power. So far too much time playing Monifactory. You made progress though, right? So that's it's not, at least it's not wasted time. Are you enjoying the pack? I guess that's the big thing. Alright, we need an emitter so we can shut this off. Most of it organized an ore grinding and centrifuging system with drawers. It's nice to get that the ore processing set up, isn't it? And set it up so you don't have to worry about it. Alright, sodium. Potassium. right, let me insert into here. Orange, and we want 2 potassium, and why do I keep missing the D off the sodium? Let's do them 4 of each. And we do this for sodium potassium. If we keep, say, 128 buckets in stock at any given time, that should be fine. And then we want to extract from here when that has a high redstone signal. Why are you doing what you're doing? Oh, right, yeah. No redstone card yet. There we go. Right, and then we just extract from here. And insert into there. And then if we just set this to 1 bucket for now, that should stop extracting. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so we're never going to need like a huge amount of those, I don't think. Maybe we'll... Oh, that's 256 buckets, just in case. But otherwise, that should be fine. And now we can move the energy hatches into there as well. Nice to just fill the drawers with ore and just go to bed and have new shiny resources in the morning. It is nice, I have to admit. Right, so that's got sodium, potassium. That has sodium, potassium. That has sodium, potassium. That has sodium, potassium. Okay, cool. For the other ones, we want, as soon as we get to the dual hatches, we should be able to set it up so we can automate this as well. Those as well, or have them in the multi-block. Right, for right now, though, we need to get rid of the sodium, potassium from there. And make sure we output it to the energy hatch, the output hatch, or input hatch. Right, these are no circuit, right? Yes. So we'll put the energy hatches in here as well. And we'll output sodium, potassium to there as well. Okay, so that should allow us to do the energy hatches a little quicker now as well. Hey, Sarge. Hey, the ore should take priority. It's a lot more important than socks and shirts. I mean, who needs clothes anyway, right? All right, now that we've got the menial stuff out of the way, let's get back to the multi-blocks. So first one we want to do is going to be the large extrusion, or the large extruder, basically. So for this, we are going to need to make that recipe. And then we need an elite extruder. We need more patterns. How's it going? It's going all right. Not too bad at Sarge. Have your Pikachu onesie who needs anything more? Exactly. What more could you possibly need? Right, the 4x RTM alloy wire, which we can now do in the wire mill. Oh, we can when we have some patterns. There we go. There's the RTM alloy wire. Then we need that. Then what else do we still need? The molybdenum disilicide spring. So we need that. Wait, where does the spring go? That goes in the bend, doesn't it? We've got thing set up for that. And we've already got the long rods sorted. So if we just search for springs, we can put those into there. See that into there. Okay, so right, large extrusion machine should be doable. Akira, hello. Coffee. I mean, yes, but you wouldn't generally keep that in a drawer, so I guess that doesn't really kind of conflict anywhere. Unless you've got a watertight drawer and really want a lot of coffee. For some reason you didn't get a notification today. Do you normally get them? I'm assuming you normally get them through Twitch. I know Twitch tends to be a little weird with their notifications sometimes. Sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. It's strange. We've not been live long anyway, so you've not really missed anything. Right, okay, so that is that. How many extruder patterns, how many extruders have we got at the moment? We basically need one input bus for each of these. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 9? 9 input buses. I might as well use HV. When you're on the site, yes, but you might not have been when you went live. Let's just blame Twitch anyway. It's usually Twitch's fault. We've got an IV energy hatch. We're going to need at least 2 more energy hatches today. Well, we're going to need a lot more than that. So if we just make like another 8 IV energy hatches. We need a maintenance hatch. We are going to need at least 2 cleaning maintenance hatches as well. So we'll start them going. Yeah, let's just blame Twitch. It's usually Twitch's fault. Or alternatively, I did upgrade update to Windows 11 from Windows 10 over the weekend, so we could always just blame that. I can't imagine why that would have anything to do with it, but we'll blame that anyway. That seems reasonable to me. All right. We also need an ME output bus. I have to say though, the upgrade to the update to Windows 11 actually went a lot smoother than I thought. Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I don't really use Computercraft. It's one of those mods that I really want to learn. I really want to learn Lua so I can kind of make use of it. And hopefully, I'm also playing GTNH at the moment, so I'm hoping I get a chance to play around with it in that and learn a little bit of Lua for that. But Computercraft, it would have been nice to have. I 100% agree. All right, what else do we need in our large extruder? We need 4 titanium pipe casings and some tempered glass. How are we doing for titanium? We've still got 5k. We're doing all right. Wait, do I not have titanium pipe casings? I could have sworn I did. Guess not. All right, well, we need to make titanium pipe casings. We have everything we need for that. This goes in a pattern provider. Huh? There it is. Couldn't see it for a minute then. I'm going blind. All right. What are we still waiting on here? I'm guessing things are slow at the moment because we are waiting for stuff in here. I want to try and upgrade the coils in this soon as well to the HSSG ones. Right, there's pipe casings. We've got the tempered glass as well. It's a normal was 10 that you're going to start in a bit. You plan on making a robot to move a quarry in the mining dimension and then report back to your server about where it is. That sounds pretty cool. I love how much just how much you can do with things like computer craft. If you do have to learn to you do have to learn to program with Lua though. Right, what are we looking at? This is what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 6 by 5. Of course, it's an awkward shape. Why wouldn't it be? Oh, and the actual front of it is in an awkward place as well. Wonderful. Do we have 6 blocks of space here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We actually do. Maybe we do it this way and we have the front face here. Not that we need to get to the face of it very often, but it would be... Oh, I've lost a backpack somewhere. There it is. Yeah, I mean, like, we don't need to get to it, but it would be kind of nice to. But if we want to have the front of it like this, it's going to come out like 6 blocks from here. Which is just going to be kind of awkward. I think we do it... Oh, it's going to be awkward anyway, isn't it? Because that's only 4 blocks wide. Oh, I should have moved that out by a block. And that would have given us 5 blocks there anyway. Okay, that doesn't matter too much. It's fine. Right, well, in that case, we'll do... Where's the... If we're going to do it like this, we'll have... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And out to there. And then I think it's like that. Right. Yeah, we might have to move this out a little bit as well. Just to keep things organized. Can I be bothered to do that now, though? Because it's going to mean moving all of this as well. I guess, strictly speaking, we don't have to have that. We can have this, like, right up against here. Like, we don't need... Since we've got all this space here... How tall is this? It's only 3 blocks. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. So if we do... The inputs there... Grab stress-proof casing. Let's put the flooring down. I'll stop doing that, Chach. Right, so that will go across there. That's right. Almost done as them. The add-on mod for CC tweaks that allows you to use an ME bridge to have computers talk to your ME system. Yeah, as I did look at that briefly for a few things, but I never got round to actually trying it out. Something that I really do want to do, though. So I think that's that. 1, 2, 3, 4, then like that. Do we have... What are we waiting on for this? RTM alloy dust. Why is the RTM alloy dust not? Why is this not working? Carbon, tungsten, ruthenium, Why has it got graphite in there? Oh god, did I make something else at some point? Oh god, what the hell's happened? I should have put these on blocking mode, really. Ruthenium, tungsten, molybdenum. What is graphite and carbon doing in there? Oh, graphene, I guess it was making. You know what? I'm just going to cancel that and we'll redo it and hope to God that it actually works. What the hell? I think what happened is something basically hijacked the recipe somehow. From the computer mod is a very niche mod to begin with. And very complicated to keep going. I mean, the fact that it's been going for as long as it has is pretty good then. All right, so that is going to be the energy hatch. I'm sure even if Computer Craft does stop being worked on, somebody will come up with an alternative at some point. There we go. That was a little better. I don't know what happened with the RTM alloy there. That was a little bit weird. Right, whereabouts does the controller go? It's on this side. Okay, cool. Right, so we just need to put the out. Oh, damn! I put them away. We just need to put the output bus, which I don't know what I put there instead. Oh, I'll put the parallel hatch there for some reason. Okay. Output hatch goes there. Parallel hatch goes up there. And then we should need the maintenance hatch. And we should be good. Yeah, there we go. What is it with super flat wells and every chunk being slime chunks? I don't know. It's really annoying, though. Like every time you load into it, you load up a kind of you start a super flat world as a wait. Why is that not getting any power? Why are things breaking that should not be breaking? There we go. I don't know why that didn't get power before. That was weird. Alright, so we got to turn all of these to distinct buses. Alright, what else do we need? We can put that away, can put that away, can put that away. Made a super flat well for your mine colony as well. Very nice for the building, but oh, the slimes. Luckily, the colonists are immune to slime damage. Yeah, it is annoying. Like when you just start a test world as well for anything at all, it's just frustrating. Okay, so we should have enough covered cables to get everything over to here. Let's come up there. There we go. Okay, so let's grab everything from over here, or at least the molds. The small, normal, large pipes. We got the long rods. We got the bolts. We got the rotor. Small gears. We got the gears. And then the ring. Okay. And we should have space here. Like, if we need to add any more, we've got space here to add more. More inputs. So that's the small pipe. I'm going to double check all of them to make sure they are on distinct buses, because they have to be for this. But normal pipe. And then a large pipe. And then down here, we've got long rods. And then bolts. I'm going to have to multiply all the recipes again for this as well. What was the last one we had? Rings. Okay, and that goes in there. And then we've got small gear, small gear, gear, and rotor. Wait, where'd that go? Is that the right one? Oh, that's the one, the fluid solidifier. Where's the extruder mold? Oh, there it is. I'm going blind. Right. That's the gear, and then rotor. All right, so that should be everything for those. Let's go and grab the recipes and make sure everything is working. I need to tear down like all the things that don't have anything in here we can kind of take out. Let's start with let's just do the rotors to start with. And we'll multiply all of these so we've got 4 recipes running at once. Wait, where's my pattern? There it is. All right. Let's make sure this works. So those rotors are in here, right? Let's just make sure this actually works. It does, although it's not parallelizing them overly well, it seems. Oh, that's right, because I didn't actually change any of these parallel hatches, did I? I forgot about that. For some reason I had it in my head that these always start on the maximum parallelization amount, but they don't. Right, rotor. Let's do the gears next. All right, so that's all of the gear recipes. That should be gears, right? Yep. Okay, and they go into there. And then the small gears. Work second one of these up. We can take out a bunch of these and kind of reclaim a bunch of these things soon. Although if we have anything that's like higher up, we're going to need to make sure everything is still connected. So we can't take that out because we're going to need to make sure it's that because none of those will be connected. I don't know if that makes any sense or not, or whether it even matters, honestly. But all right, so small gears should be on here. We'll do bolts. Where were the bolts? Bolts were middle? Yeah. Actually, while we're doing this, what do we need for the? Let's start. Actually, before we do the rest of these, let's start doing the what we need for the large engraving laser. Because this requires the laser safe engraving casing. What do we need for that? If we can just start the material crafting for this. So it's titanium and titanium tungsten carbide. Okay, we are making that already. I for some reason had a feeling we were. Right, titanium tungsten carbide is just titanium carbide and tungsten. And that is 430. We only get 432 millibuckets from that. Which is what? 3 ingots. So we'll get 6 ingots in 56 seconds. So it's relatively slow. Although we will be speeding it up with the argon as well. So yeah, that won't be too bad actually. That won't be too bad at all. Okay, so we do need another circuit on these though for circuit 12. For the minute we have circuit 15, circuit 16, circuit 14. So I guess we are going to want to move this import bus over to here just so we keep things somewhat in order. And that'll be circuit 12. I don't know if there's anything for circuit 13. Should probably look. Can we find circuit 13 in here anywhere? Manulin, Fluxed Electrum, Naquita Alloy. So yeah, we will be using 13 at some point. Okay, we'll deal with that when we get to it. But right now, this will be fine. What's taking the time on these? Oh, that was where the problems came in with the graphene. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like I like the new like the textures, but I don't like the colors. Circuit 12 we said we were using, right? Yes, it's AE2 blackout that I'm using in Money. And it is definitely your friend. Although it doesn't change the display monitors in this. Or the storage monitors rather. Which I keep meaning to look at the texture files and see if I can change it myself. Because the backgrounds of those are still white. And just like pure white. I guess because they are screens, maybe? I don't know. I don't know why they didn't change them, but they haven't been changed in this. Right, okay, so that, and that is making... Wait, what are we making? Titanium, tungsten carbide. And that will be making 3 ingots worth. And let's rename this to ABS2, circuit 12. ABS1, circuit 12. And that should be good. I hope. I don't know how much of this we're going to need. But if we just make one lot for now, we'll see what happens. There we go. 38 seconds for 3 ingots. That's not bad. We'll be running 2 of those side by side as well, so that should be fine. Okay, right, so how many casings do we need for this? That is not the right one. 60 of them. So if we need 60 casings... I wish we could, like, add things from here to the bookmarks. We can't, though, unfortunately. So if we need 60 of these, at least, or we're going to need roughly 60 of these. So 30 recipes. What's 30 times 6? 180. So if we just make 107, let's just make 170. Let's just make 180 for now, fuck it. And that should be okay. That should get us everything that we need. All right, let's get back to these now. Right, where did we get to? We haven't done the long rods yet, have we? Let's do those. And get back down here. Which is long rods? That's long rods. Okay. Those will go in there, and then rings shouldn't have many in them. Oh, it's actually got more than I thought. I thought we'd only have like 2 recipes in here. I don't remember needing these for much. But there we go. Right, where is... There we go. And those should go in here. Right, now we should just have the pipes. The normal pipes. I probably really don't need to increase the outputs on any of these. These are normal pipes we're doing, right? Yeah, so they go in there. And large pipes. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna... I'll double the large pipes, but I won't quadruple them, because we don't use large pipes very often. And we can always upgrade the recipes if we start to have issues with them. With things taking too long. That's at least nice and easy with this. And then we should have just the small pipe. One single small pipe recipe. Figured it out. You got it sorted. GG. Okay, so that is those sorted. Let's take all of these out. We don't need these. We don't need these now, which means we don't need this. We don't need that. 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 Annoyingly, though, all of these are going to be named, so we're going to have to rename them, or at least convert them. And then they can just go straight back into there. That's energy card. Shouldn't have gone in there, but that's okay. Right. Bit. And let's fill in the holes. Okay. Right, so that's those bits done. We are... Ooh, why is only one of these going at the minute? Why are you... I'm going to put these in blocking mode, I think. Just so we know that they should hopefully split. I don't know why it's put them all in one, though. I'm assuming because it took a little bit of time to... I'm assuming because it took a little bit of time to actually make the tungsten carbide. Okay, that should be okay now. That's almost time is running 120, it seems, when it comes to finding resource packs. Yeah, well, this is 120. Like, this is 120 as well, but like I say, we're having issues. I managed to find it for this. I'm using CurseForge though, rather than Prism. But yeah, the backgrounds of these, I wish they were dark, and these are also like the actual front faces here are also not dark. Like, which just kind of ruins the aesthetic a little bit. It's kind of annoying. Anyway, right. Found from GitHub. GG. At least it's working, and that is the main thing. Okay. So, we've got the extruder done now as well. We can get rid of that, we can get rid of that, we can get rid of that, we can get rid of that. We need to do the large cutting saw as well. We should have a lot of what we need for this already, because we made it at the same time as the lathe. The large cutting saw, we needed the slicing blades and the shockproof casing. We made the slicing blades and the shockproof casing we have some of. What else do we need? 6 tempered glass. And then just the usual bits and bobs. All right, let's start. Get down here. We are moving these back onto the back wall over here, rather than having them in the center like I originally planned. This should be 1, 2, 3, 4. That's kind of the footprint of that. Let me see. I'm guessing it's better. It's different to mine. Oh, where even is Discord? There it is. Oh no, so they are basically the same. I think the part of it is it might be because because of the green. Like, what cables are you using? Are you just using the Fluix ones? Where are we going? That's processing. Yeah, so they are the same then on yours as mine. Just obviously we're using the green cables rather than the Fluix ones. I'm surprised they didn't. And wait, have you got shaders on yours? No, it doesn't look like it. That could have something to do with the background color of it. Hang on, let me turn shaders off. It's a little darker with the shaders off. But I would have preferred like a black background rather than than the lighter color. Oh wait, no, that's not what I need. I need that. There we go. Okay, so how are we doing? Well, 63 of that stuff already. That's not too bad going. Okay, so for the large cutting saw, we put the controller, we'll go there. So controller will go there. I'm guessing that these will go here, and these will go there. I'm also guessing that this is going to have like a hollow 3x4. Yep. Oh, well, that's going to need to be removed in favor of a maintenance hatch. Wait, didn't I make two? Oh, no, I did start making two of those maintenance hatches, but it's screwed up somehow with the graphene. I'm not really sure how. Parallel. Oh, wait, have I been putting the parallel hatches on the bottom? Yeah, the maintenance hatch on top. Okay, so that needs to go there. And that needs to go there. And then we'll do, I guess, power and output there. We need an output bus. We're also going to need an input hatch, aren't we? Because we're going to need to input the lubricant. Output bus will go there. And the IV energy hatch will go there. And the input hatch will go on the top. Input hatch will go there. We'll put the inputs on the back. We are missing a few of the shockproof casings. That's fine. So the inputs will go on the back. We should only need one input for this, right? The cutter doesn't have any additional things. So we should just need one input bus. We might need to add more if there are more recipes that we need to add into it, but we should be fine with the one. And I guess we stick this in there. Right, more covered cables. Oh my god, we've gone through so many covered cables. Actually, you know what we should do is we should actually just make a recipe for the green covered cables. There we go. Right. Pump provider. Right, so how many more casings do we need? We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus, what's that? 4 by 5. So 25? That might take a little bit of time because we do still need to make all of the hastaloy. Hastaloy, I never know how to pronounce that. Like hastaloy, hastaloy, hasteloy. I'm assuming it's probably some form of real world material, but hastily. Hang on, let me see. Does it looks like this? There's usually a like videos on how to pronounce various things, but according to the AI overview on Google, it's Hasteloy. Hasteloy, apparently. So I kind of have been saying it roughly right, ish. Okay. So while that's doing its thing, how are we doing for tungsten steel at the minute? Still got 932. Right, while we're waiting on that, let's also start making the other 4 extreme combustion engines. I am missing Lumion. Okay, never mind. Let's not start doing that. Lumium is another one of those things that we need to get passived in the near future. But if we make, say, 512 Lumium, hopefully this will be okay. We'll need to keep an eye on this, though, and see what things are actually taking the time with it. The phosphoric acid is going to be taking a little bit of time, but not massive amounts. I don't think, anyway. Or it shouldn't be. Oh god, yeah, it's crafting the freaking gypsum. We're going to have so much gypsum dust. Because at the minute, we are... I guess we can turn it into calcium and sulfur. But yeah, at the minute, we're making phosphoric acids using this method, I think. Yeah, we're using this method. Chloe! I didn't realize you streamed, Chloe. Welcome. Welcome, raiders. How are you doing? How was the stream? Were you by any chance testing out the VTuber model that you were talking about the other day? And guys, make sure you go and follow. Do the things. I kind of need to do the same. Why is it saying you're still live, Chloe? Am I just behind here? I have no idea. But anyway, welcome. Right, we are making that now. In alloy, gypsum plus what is taking the time here? I just started today. It was fun. Couldn't get your custom pack working, so ended up playing Refactory, which is Greg Tech FTB regriff. Oh, that actually sounds pretty cool. That sounds pretty cool. Why are we not making any phosphoric acid? What are we waiting on for that at the moment? We shouldn't be waiting on anything, is it? Why are we waiting on phosphoric acid? Oh, we're not. It's available. It's already done. Never mind. All right, now it's going through the mixer. The mixer is one of the other things we want to get done today. Because this is kind of slow. We want it faster. We basically want to speed up everything at this point. But how did the stream go? Like, was it literally your first stream today, Chloe? I hope it went well. Right. Okay. Do I need to worry about any of this stuff? No, we're fine. Fuck off, chickens. Seriously. Yeah, we are making plenty of everything, basically. Okay, what else? Is there anything else I can get rid of here that we don't need anymore? Like, most of these assemblers can go. In fact, can all of these ones go? Yeah, all of these assemblers can go. Those are no longer needed. These can all go as well. Your first ever, and it was super fun, incredibly overwhelming, but fun nonetheless. It's something you'll get used to, and hopefully have a lot of fun doing. All right. How did things go with the VTuber model that you started using? I still don't fully understand how those things work. I've never used them myself, so never been entirely sure. Most definitely going to keep trying, and the model's super fun. Keep getting distracted by it. Hurry up. All right. So what are we actually waiting on? We can go and put some more of the lumium through. We need to fix all the EBFs soon. We do need to fix all the EBFs soon, because this is a bit of a mess. We need to upgrade all of the coils on most of them. We need to upgrade the coils on this. There's too much to do. Alternative to face cam. I still want to get back to using my my camera at some point. Since my green screen kind of died on me, I've not bothered using it. And the lighting in here is it's not great. All right, let's do a little bit more lumium in there. Yeah, we need dedicated EBFs for lumium and for signalum as well, because we're going to need a lot of that coming up. I'm assuming we haven't got anywhere with the shockproof casing. No. Oh, but we should be on our way to it now, though. right? Yeah, we're doing the molten hastelloy now, so we should be getting the casings for that soon. Right, we need to do the recipes for the laser safe engraving casings as well. Need that I'm assuming will be on circuit 6. And we are going to do these in 4s as well. Right, and circuit 6. Right, how many casings did it say we needed for this? It says 60, but we're probably going to need significantly less than that. So if we just make 50 for now, we'll see how many extras we need. We'll probably need a few extras, but rather thanks to the model, you don't have to worry about lighting and backgrounds. You just have to make sure your camera doesn't spontaneously combust due to overheating. Yeah, I can't imagine that would help matters much. All right, we also need to make this still, so let's go and set that up. We're already making tantalum carbide, or we can make tantalum carbide, so we just need the double plates. Why have I only got 2 double plate recipes in there? I'm sure there should be more than that. There was absolutely more. I guess not. I know I use more double plates than that. Oh, well, I guess we'll find out when it tells me that something isn't there, so we'll find out soon enough. Let's put some more of this into here. How are we doing for aluminum now? 7. Okay, well, we've got a little bit of time to wait on that. Okay, so what do we still need to make then? We still need to make this. Oh, actually, wait. We've still got stuff we need to do for this. We need the Elite Laser Engraver recipe as well. Make sure we convert these to the universal circuits. I don't know if I did that for the extruder. I'm going to have to double check that. No, I didn't. Okay, let's fix that. Okay, so that should be everything now. I think, I hope. Right, so we just need one of the... I need more aluminum. Hold on. What are we using for speeding this up? The helium or argon? I feel like it's argon. But I'm not 100% sure. Oh, no, it's just helium. Okay, that's fine. Let's take... stack from there. Dagon, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. How is Dagon today? How was your weekend? Alright, so... Wait, these are going in circuit 2, aren't they? So that can just go in there, can't it? And that should be fine. And we can just do the same on this side. How much power are we using while we're doing all this? Actually, not that bad. Between like 80 and 100,000 EU per tick. That's not terrible. All right, so we should have some Lumium coming in soon then. I'm actually going to put a little bit more into those EBFs. These are still 34 seconds per ingot. Good, just getting up. Nice. What are the plans for the... You got any plans for the day? We don't really need anything in here, do we? No. Okay. Oh, we've got a few more of our shockproof casings. We're still going to be 10 short, I think. I guess we also need the peer-to-peer. We have some power in there. We just need the last 10 of these casings and then we're good. Chilling and playing some games. Sounds like fun. Actually, that's a point. I need to... I don't know if anybody here has played Crime Scene Cleaner. There was an update to it recently. They added a kind of a nightmare mode to it, which looks quite good fun. I want to check that out at some point in the next few days. All right, we're just waiting on this. We've got 270-ish seconds to wait. We've got like 5 minutes for that, so. Right, on Xbox and decided you'd rather play House Flipper 2 than that? That's fair. I really enjoyed it though. I thought it was a kind of a nice, despite the subject matter, it was a nice kind of chilled out kind of thing to play. Right, we can set these up now as well. Do we have enough Lumium yet to make this? We do. Perfect. I'll just get the floor of this in. It's a 5x5. That'll be the footprint of it. We do need 1 tungsten steel pipe casing and 8 tempered glass. Not exactly, Bennett, no. Oh, shit, this is awkward. I need to move this. Damn it. How you doing, though, Bennett? No, it's not quite like that. Basically, you are... I think it's if I remember the story correctly, that your daughter is ill and you basically need to find money to be able to pay for an operation, kind of the standard kind of thing. And somebody essentially offers you work cleaning up a crime scene, which you do, and then you kind of the boss of the crime family that kind of perpetrated that original crime kind of hires you for more jobs. It's good though. I enjoy it. You good? How am I? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. All right, let's put that there. Give it some power. And then, wait, where does the actual controller go on this? Oh, there. Okay. Even though you've been playing Cash Cleaner Sim, I've heard people say that was pretty good. Medical version of Animal Crossing. I've never played Animal Crossing. I didn't think that was what Animal Crossing was like, but I have no idea. Alright. More peer-to-peer. So that's going to be... We're going to have the controller, then I guess maintenance and parallel hatch. Oh, I've run out of parallel hatches. I'm going to need at least 2 more of these, I think. We have got our cleaning maintenance hatch, though, which is good. That will go there. Oh, am I going to be able to fit all the pattern providers in here? Because there are a lot of different... there are a lot of different patterns we need to run through this. Oh, yeah, no, we should have plenty of space. We've got all this, like, all of this here and all of this here. So, yeah, we'll have plenty of space. Hey, and there's the shockproof casings. Beautiful. And ta-da! We have a cutter. Right, let's output lube. Raccoons that are loan sharks and you keep getting in deeper and deeper. I love that. Has anyone ever, like, I've watched things in the past where it's been kind of, like, bad descriptions of films where it just kind of describes the film in just, like, a very random way. It's like it's an accurate description, but it's just a really weird way of describing the film. I've actually done a few kind of, like, quiz things like that. Quite good fun. Right, okay, so we need to label that. I'm going to put a C in there for cleaning, since we have the cleaning maintenance hatch in it. This needs to be... That is already on the right one. Right, we should have some... We got a bunch of cutter recipes in a bunch of different places. But we can move all of these cutter recipes into the multi-block now. All of those can go in there. I'm sure some more at the top, I think, as well. Some of them do need to be in a clean room, but we have this maintenance hatch, which is basically a cleaning maintenance hatch, which essentially kind of replicates the clean room. It's incredibly useful. Right. What was I doing? That is a very good question. I cannot remember. Yeah, it's one of those things that you get access to later on that's just incredibly nice to have. Hey, quiet. 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need at least 7 input buses. I think I'm gonna do 10 input buses on there. We're not gonna need all of them, but We should need a few. Oh, that's actually going through that pretty quickly. There is the rotary hearth furnace. Which we're a little way off yet still. But there's this. Which is a lot chunkier. I've already got a space picked out for this. This is what's going to be going on the top of our tower. That's going to be going up there somewhere. Or possibly on one of the floors in the middle. We could potentially have two of them, actually. That'd be nice. How's my weekend? My weekend was all right. It was, I spent most of it playing Greg Tech New Horizons. I did get a few other bits and pieces started as well, though, which I'm happy about. What am I waiting on at the minute? So many things. Iridium, tungsten, all that lumium at the minute is getting in the way. So let's actually take the lumium out of these so we can actually process the other bits. Yeah, I got my first proper kind of LV Steam setup. What kind of up and running? That's good. How was your weekend? I don't need to be here. I need to be down at the bottom. Yeah, how was your weekend, Quiet? So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, no, that one can stay there. We'll move this. Yeah, I'm actually still a few things short here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to be exact. The laser safe casings. It was very way too hot. Sister's grad party was Saturday, and apparently you didn't drink enough water, so you spent all of yesterday hungover. Ouch. I thought you didn't get hangovers, Quiet. I thought you were fortunate enough not to get hangovers. Does this mean you're joining the rest of us in getting older? Not unless it's so humid you sweat out all the water in your body. I guess that makes sense. So I just realized we don't need these in the top here, so I might have made a few too many. Oops. But yeah, as far as the GTNH run goes, a few weeks ago I started it. When I was during that period, I was not streaming. I started then. I've got about I get I don't know, maybe 60 hours in the minute, 60, 70 hours maybe in that run. And we just got to a point where we are producing roughly 12.5 amps of LV. I can now start actually thinking about making an EBF. Don't get a hangover, then again, you don't get drunk. I don't get drunk anymore either. It's been a very long time since I did. I don't really enjoy drinking anymore. Certainly not in the same way that I used to. Oh, there we go. Done. Do we got the parallel hatch now as well? No, the parallel. What's taking the time for the parallel hatch? Oh, iridium. Of course it's iridium. But no, I don't like the feeling of not being in control. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at as well, Akira. Like, I'll occasionally have a drink. Usually at like kind of Christmas or New Year, I'll have something to drink then. But otherwise, I have no interest really in drinking. I'm getting too old for it now. All right, providers. Let's get another 4. Couldn't have too much since there were little kids all over. See, that for me would be a reason to drink more. All right, so we want to bring this across here. Nope, not there. There and there. I have a feeling we might end up needing more than this in terms of import buses. Wait, am I still one? Ah, there it is. There we go. Right. Okay, so we should have power in here now. I do need the input bus. Oh, wait, no, output bus. I get this wrong every time now for some weird reason. We do need the output bus there. And I just put the covered cables away, and I needed those. Right, so you are going to come up from there. There we go. Okay. I do want some cable anchors. I don't know why I do this with the cable anchors. Like, I like to have the... I don't like these grids of cables. I feel like it looks kind of ugly, so I like to separate them. I did the same. I think I did it over there, yeah. And over there as well. Okay, right. So... let's go and start moving patterns over. And picking up more eggs. There's going to end up with so many chickens randomly in the sea over there, isn't there? So we're basically just going to have to do all of the lenses. And then we'll bring the patterns over afterwards. Your 5 little siblings and all the cousins of your mom's side are younger than you. You got used to it. I guess you kind of have to at that point. Right, we're going to do one lot of patterns at a time. I think we are going to multiply these. Oh god, I didn't pay any attention to which one was which. Okay, so this is the ruby one. This is actually going to get kind of awkward doing this, I think. So that's ruby, which was that one. So MB laser engraver. Ruby. How is Ruby, by the way? Is Ruby still doing okay? And that is emeralds. She's standing in the corner watching you. Emeralds. Right, diamond is next. That's the diamond one. Oh, I didn't. And this was emerald, right? Right, there's emerald. Diamond, orange. I think that was there. Yep. Okay. It might have been slightly overkill with the extended pattern providers in these. We definitely did not need extended pattern providers on these, since I think pretty much all of them only have like one recipe. Right, brown. Actually, I could probably do with changing some of these recipes to use the phosphorus doped wafers. But I should probably change all of these recipes to do them. Oh god, I forgot which one are we doing brown now, aren't we? For the MPIC wafer. Is that brown? Yes, that's brown. Okay, so yeah, we wanna upgrade these recipes. We'll come back through in a minute and we'll upgrade those recipes to use the phosphorus doped wafers. Tear it all down and rebuild? Hell no. How you doing, Sleeper? Blue. Right. Be one of the ones over here. Pink and blue. Or sapphire, technically. I will call it blue. That's fine. All right, and then one more to go. And that is... Oh, I never named that one. But that was pink. I think. Yes, pink. Okay, cool. And that was... Yeah. Okay, right, so let's see which ones we can upgrade the recipes for. That is using silicon wafers. That's for the ILC wafers. I'm pretty sure we can do these with phosphorus doped wafers. Yeah, you just get like 4 times. You just get considerably more. If you use the regular ones, you only get 1. Whereas phosphorus doped wafers, you get 4 from each. So, yes, we want to upgrade that. This one is the LPIC wafers. The orange, and we'll do that with phosphorus doped wafers. That is the RAM wafer. Yeah, and we should get 4 out of it. We do. Beautiful. And the CPU wafer. Oh, it was funny in my party. Your sister and I were walking around with Cooper to introduce him to all the family and friends, which he was super excited about. And it was all, isn't he adorable? Oh my God, I love him, blah, blah, blah. And you aren't asked about Ruby's health. I was like, oh yeah, my cigarettes is fine. Wow. What a way to talk about Ruby. That's just, that's just rude. Poor Ruby. That's already using phosphorus doped wafers. Those don't have anything in, and those are already using phosphorus doped wafers. Right, let's just make sure this is working. 6 seconds. That's not bad. 6 seconds for 4 of them. Or 6.25 seconds. Beautiful. Okay. Well, that is the laser engraver. So that's actually going pretty quickly today. We've got the extruder, we've got the laser engraver, another laser engraver, or a laser engraver, and the cutter for the laser engraver sorted. Things are coming together. Right. Can I make my other extreme combustion engine? Yes, we can make the 4 extreme combustion engines. And we needed, what, 8 plus 5 times 2, so 26 of those. So we'll start those going as well. Okay, right. What can we check off our list? We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Okay, so the last thing we've got to do, the processing ones, is the mixing vessel, the large mixing vessel. This is the next one. Oh, osmiridium. Can we make osmiridium at the minute? We should be able to. We've got osmium and iridium. But can we make osmiridium? We cannot make the large mixing vessel yet. Osmiridium takes an LUV mixer to make. Okay, so the mixing vessel is a little out of our reach right now. It's getting the sibling treatment, which means you pick on her out of love. But yeah, you posted a video of Cooper in Discord. I did see it. I had a look this morning. It's very cute. Okay, that's all the multi-block processing machines we need to do at the moment. This is a lot cleaner than all of the stuff we had up here. Is there anything else we can do here? Yeah, there are certain ones here that just use a different liquid. So we kind of need to get to LUV to get the dual hatches for those. Once we can get to LUV and dual hatches, basically these have an item input and a fluid tank. Although it does only have 4 item slots, so I don't know if that's going to cause any issues with any of these. Mostly it seems fine. These can all get moved into the one above, though. I think the one above is the IV. The IV assembler. The rest of these... Wait, what's in here? Wait. Oh, I never moved these over. I never did a Circuit 8 recipe for the machine casings. Shit, okay. Let's go and fix that. Where are we? 4, 6, and so I've got circuit 8 as well. Sting bosses, circuit 8. There we go, right. That's that sorted. Hopefully that should be everything above this point we can get rid of now. I actually don't know what we're going to do on this top floor now. Though, now that all the processing, or the majority of the processing, is being moved downstairs, I don't know what we're going to do on the top floor. Oh, I've just somehow managed to change that to an EU peer-to-peer. Well, I say somehow. I know how I changed it. What the fuck? Very head tilty these days. So they do it on purpose. They do it just to look cute. Because they know they can get their way. And generally, I think they're right. Right, let's go and put these down here. How's that going, Quiet? I'm going to guess not very well. All right. We'll start getting these placed in as well. We've still got to do, obviously, got to get the other element, the frost-proof casings. And we're probably going to have to kind of bolster our oxygen production a little bit. Potentially, anyway. You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't been over to the Void to check how we're doing in terms of oil left in here. We've still got 51% of the oil left in there. There should be a little bit more in here. Oh, shit, no. Okay, we're down to our last 4% in there. And then we're going to have to move it and upgrade our fluid drilling rig. I'm glad I checked on that, because that's going to need to be moved soon. There we go. All right, so we're still not ready to start progressing yet. We've still got a whole lot of stuff we still need to do. Like getting a lot of things passived. We've got a whole lot more lumium to craft. We need to get the lumium passived, or at least have an EBF, like a dedicated EBF for it. The same with signalum. First things first, though. I think I wanna redo all of the ore processing, and get the multi-block set up for the ore processing. Assuming we can do that, I haven't actually checked to make sure we can do all of these. Like the maceration tower. That just uses IV, tungsten carbide, and secure maceration casing. The secure maceration casing uses Xeron 100. Are those used for anything else? No. Okay. The Xeron 100 is iron, nickel, tungsten, niobium, and cobalt. How are we doing for niobium? We're doing fine. Cobalt, we're doing fine. I think everything else should be fine for that. Tungsten, nickel, iron. Just double check the tungsten. Make sure we're still doing that. We've still got nearly 4,000 tungsten. And like 420 tungsten steel and 528 tungsten steel dust. So I think we're okay for tungsten for a little bit at least. So we should be able to make this without any problems. Right, this is going to use another circuit, isn't it? Oh no, circuit 15. I'm pretty sure we've already got a circuit 15 in there. So that is fine. So that'll go in. Everything else should be fine there. We don't need the helium in with it. 2,304 millibuckets. How many ingots is that? 16. So we need 16 Xeron 100 ingots from that. And that was on circuit 15. We don't have a circuit 15. I could have sworn we did. What a circuit 16. No, we have got a circuit 15. Wait, what? Oh, I've got it in there as C5 because that was what it was before we when we weren't using the fluids for boosting the speed of it. Okay, that's fine. Right, so how much of this do we need? We do need to make 2 of these, by the way. So we're also going to need to make the crushing wheels. Yeah, we need to make 2 of these. One for macerating. To be fair, we could probably get away with a single one. But I would like to have 2, like one for crushing, for macerating raw ores, one for macerating the ones that after the thermal centrifuge. I would prefer to have 2 of them. If it's not going to be excessively expensive. These need more secure maceration cables, ultimate gears, more tungsten carbide gears. Okay. Oh, the other thing is we can't really, if we're putting, the plan was to put them one on top of the other. But if we do that, we can't wall share with it. Right, let's go and plan out how we're actually going to lay this stuff out. Before, and just to make sure we do have enough space for everything. The idea is basically we're going to replace all of this and just have the machines running down along there. But this is 5 by 5. So that would start it on the corner there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's kind of where that would go. We'd be leaving a little bit of space there. If we put the other one in here, it would be another, like, 3 blocks. Another 4 blocks over there, wouldn't it? That'd be 9 by 9. That would leave us with not a lot of space over here. What else do we need here? We'd need the chemical bath as a washer. And that is 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually thought that looked wider than 5 blocks then. That will probably have to go over on this side over here somewhere. If we just wait, how long was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks. 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, what we can do while we're waiting, if we just start like 256 of those going while we're sorting this out. The all washer there. We're going to need 2 centrifugal units. These are 5 by 5, so we could probably put these in. Yeah, that would fit in there, like alongside this, and we could have the actual controller for this on here, since this is going to be open anyway, so we can still get to it. Yeah, that'll work with that. Or Yeah, that would work there. I don't know what we need to fit something else in here as well. Or I guess we can center that on there. But we need something that would only take up like 3 blocks of space, and I don't think we've got anything that would only take up 3 blocks of space. The other things we need are the large electrolysis chamber, which again is 5 blocks wide, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's another 5. Wait, no, hold on. Oh, that's 5 by 4. That would probably have to go over here. Wait, where's the Yeah, that's on the 5 side. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we go out to there, doesn't leave us with a lot of space here, does it? This is gonna have to move. That would be we could fit the large electrolysis chamber in there. Then there's got the large sifting funnel, which is 5 by 5 as well. Which would have to go where? I guess what we could actually do is we have that there, the electrolysis chamber there instead. Those were going to be the centrifugal units, right? And that was going to be the ore washer. There's nothing that can quite fit in there. I'm trying to fit all of this within a single chunk. I guess technically they could go right up to the back wall, but I'd prefer to leave a space there. And then we'd need I'd want a sifter as well, so we'd have to put that there. I think no matter how we do this, we're going to be left with a very thin corridor through here to fit everything in. Have we got our combustion engines yet? Yeah, we should have. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna... The multi-blocks are quite chunky. Right, we'll finish those off in a minute. Where are we over here? I think how we can make this work. I guess it doesn't matter massively if there is just a thin corridor through here. I'm trying to think about later when we start actually kind of making these somewhat aesthetic. I guess it's not going to matter too much as long as we have got like a 3 block wide like gap here. Let me use some sciences. So these are going to be... I need something to put in here. This is the big problem right now. There's nothing that's going to fit in there. So we've got the macerators. That would be the sifter. We're not doing a great deal of sifting, but it would be nice to have it there just in case. I think there are things we are going to need to sift for later. The electrolyzer. Centrifuges. And the ore washer. There's nothing that will fit in there, though. Oh, wait. We could arguably fit this in there. Because that was the electrolyzer, right? That's only 4 blocks wide on that side. And 5 blocks long. So it would fit in that footprint. And then we can have like the sifter there. And then probably actually move the centrifuges over here. But have the 2 centrifuges on top of each other. And then we could move the ore washer back over here. And then we've still got all this space at the end here if there's anything else we need to add. The ore washer can go back to there. Is there anything else we need for ore processing? We'll have the sifter for processing anything that we need. In terms of kind of like exquisite emeralds or diamonds or whatever else we need. Because I have a feeling there's a use for the exquisite emerald. It's either emeralds or diamonds or something along those lines. Yeah. And olivine as well, or potentially olivine. We got the raw crystal chips, because these are something we're going to need later for making higher tier circuits. So being able to get the exquisite emeralds is going to be useful. So yeah, we'll move the ore washer back down here. And then that will be all of our ore processing. All in one place. Right, I think we've got that planned out now. I think that's going to work. What are we waiting on at the moment? The 0 on 100. Let's double check and make sure that's actually working. That does not appear to be working. Ah. Why are you not working? It's in there. It's got circuit 15. Only requires EV power. Oh, have I not got helium in there? Ah, we haven't got helium in there. Okay. That explains it. Okay, and that should be... How much were we getting from each of these, did we say? 2304 divided by 144 was 16 ingots. So we should be getting 32 ingots in 201 seconds. How much is that per ingot? About 6 seconds per ingot. That's with the 2 of these running, we're getting everything's down to about like 6 seconds per ingot, which is pretty good. I've got to take care. I've got to get rid of that chicken. I have to. It's driving me up the wall. I don't want to get rid of it, though, and I don't think we've got any... I don't know if we've got any way of transporting items. Sorry, mobs. We do have soul vials. Never mind. We have a way to deal with it. There are more chicken. There are definitely more chickens out in the ocean, however. Because I keep throwing the eggs out here. We're playing in peaceful quiet. So there's not really been any need for transferring mobs. Right, let's put him down, give him a little pond to be around. There we go. Enjoy your pond. Ah, right, I've got another egg. So many eggs. Okay. So we're working on the 0 and 100 stuff. Let's start making the recipes for all of this. We haven't done these yet, have we? No. That's a large maceration tower. The good thing is, once we get all these multi-blocks set up, we shouldn't need to set them up again. There's possibly somewhere we might need to duplicate them to speed things up a little bit. For the most part, though, we shouldn't need to. All right, elite macerator. Everything there is fine. Except we got to switch over the circuits. So yeah, we're taking a lot of time doing this now, but we are investing in our future, so to speak. Right, we need IV energy hatches. We're going to need 2 of those. We're going to need an output bus. I am going to need to probably increase my production drastically of distilled water, though. That's one thing I hadn't actually considered. We are going to need a lot more distilled water. Right, we're going to need... Oh, God, how many parallel hatches are we going to need? If we're going to do them on everything, there's going to be like 2 maceration towers, 1 ore washer / chemical bath. So that's 3. 2 centrifugal units. That's 5. An electrolysis chamber, that's 6. And the sifting funnel is 7. So we need another 6. Hey, Tyler. And we are not... We don't have enough lumium, and we don't have enough... Wait, EV circuits? What's asking for the EV circuits? Not the IV machine hole. Wait, what the fuck is asking for? Oh, the IV circuits are asking for it. Wait. Is that the problem? No, we can do all of those. Wait, what's this? I'm very confused. We need lumium, and we're missing EV circuits. Hold on. Why are we missing EV circuits? These should be passived. Is it because I've literally just been using so many of these today that the passive production is not keeping up? Oh no, we're just only storing 100... Wait, what? I am so confused. Where is this coming in? Hey, Banana. How are you doing, man? I don't know if I said that yet or not. Oh, we're just going to be 3 short. Why do we need 129 EV circuits? I'm assuming it's for making the IV circuits. Yeah, we're missing the EV circuits for that. So we're only kind of passiving 128 of them at the minute. So let's actually up that a little bit to 256. And don't you go drinking my distilled water. We need that. We've only got 455 buckets of it. Okay. Can we make any better IV circuits yet? No. We need to be able to get to all of this stuff. Which... arguably we can do... We could arguably do this, but... Can we then make the IV circuits? Yes, this would be a better way to do this. Do we go for the quantum processor assemblies? And with those, we can make slightly cheaper LUV circuits as well. The problem is that we've got the other EV circuits passived right now, so... And I've not decided at this point whether I want to continue passiving circuits, or now that we've got the multi-block, whether I want to just hope that they're going to process quickly enough. I feel like passiving is still going to be the way to go. But we might have to redo all of our kind of passiving stuff for it. We've got one of our large maceration towers. I don't know what I want to do about this. Let's just make another... We should be able to make another 3 of these for now. We'll get started with that. And then, because I was hoping to wait till after we got the rest of the multi-block set up to start thinking about upgrading circuits. I think that's what we're going to do. All right, so we do need to make the secure maceration casings, which means we need these. And those will go in circuit 6. Right, and then we need the crushing wheels, which we've got most things there. We just need the small tungsten carbide gears. Which we are going to multiply the output of that as well. Wait, and these go... Oh, just in a pattern provider. Okay. By the way, I saw your finale of all the mods 9 to the Sky banana. That explosion at the end was a little underwhelming. How many of these do we need? 36 crushing wheels. We are going to need a lot more of those 0 on 100, aren't we? 36 crushing wheels. We should have enough 0 on 100 for now, though, for that. Yeah, I'm guessing it was what you were saying, that it's just kind of... It goes up and out from the center of it rather than kind of the nuke being the center of it. As there would have been a bigger explosion if all the cables were in place. Yeah, if somebody didn't keep eating them. Right, so we've got the 2 large maceration towers. We shouldn't need to process any more ores between now and then. I don't think. I hope. I really hope. I'm sure there's a VOD of it. Quiet. Did you decide on FTB Skies 2 in the end? Banana. Do I want to tear all of this down now? I want to make sure I have everything before I start tearing stuff down. It's also going to be a little awkward because we're going to have to run a... Oh, how am I going to do all this? I'm going to have to do some much larger storage on this sub-network, I think. Resource factories. What? I've heard Resource Factory mentioned a couple of times recently. What is Resource Factory? Let me see if I can find out. I'm curious. Skyblock pack featuring a unique resource acquisition flow designed by CubeJS and guided by, I'm assuming that's FTB Quest. Okay. Interesting. That does sound quite cool, actually. Style is very influenced by Cuboid Outpost. Oh yeah, somebody had mentioned that like that specifically the other day that the Cuboid Outpost influences. That was actually the main bit that I enjoyed about Cuboid Outpost was that the initial stages of it. I'm gonna need a lot more of this stuff, aren't I? Holy crap! Everything is taking forever. Still got to get these done, and oh, there's so much to do. We're still not really using up all that much power either, which is good. Okay, so let's think this through. Like, what can we actually do while we're waiting here? Like, what are the, I guess the other things that we need to do are making the rest of the, getting the recipes for the rest of the materials set up. So like the watertight casings. Which I'm assuming uses watertight steel. Yeah, so that uses watertight steel, and then the centrifugal units use vibration safe casings, which take Incolloy MA956, which is vanadium steel, manganese, aluminium, yttrium. Oh, yttrium might be a problem. I don't know if we've got any yttrium. We do not have any yttrium whatsoever. Okay, that's the next thing we're going to have to solve then. I'm feeling it's a good idea that I did not... it's a good idea that I did not tear down my ore processing. Although that being said, how the hell do we get the yttrium? I have a feeling we get it in small piles. Yeah, small piles from centrifuging rare earth. Okay, we should have plenty of rare earth. We've got 18,000 of it, so we should be able to get a little bit of yttrium, but we are going to have to set that up to go through. It's only, you'll only go through at LV as well. I'm assuming we don't get... Oh, we do get a higher chance at higher tiers. 33% at HV, 37% at EV. If we just do it at HV, or even better, we just do it. We use an IV centrifuge, but then underclock it. That'll be fine as well, and that would still give us the higher output chance. Like, we don't need to be processing it at 0.2 per second. And then if we just have this next to a... Wait, so how much will we get? So we get 41% times 0.41, or divided by 0.41. So every 2.4 of these processes, 2.4 times 0.2. So every 0.48 seconds, roughly every half a second, we should get one of each of these. I was going to do it on use a robot arm and just pull the items into a packager whenever we get 4 of them, but it might be a little too quick. But that will give us cadmium, neodymium, samarium, lanthanum, yttrium, and cerium. Oh no, maybe it won't be too bad. The only thing we need to keep an eye on is speed of the robot arm. The robot arms are going to be the problem. Because it can transfer a lot of items per second. But it's not necessarily going to... We don't need to transfer a lot of items per second. We need to transfer like lots of individual items more frequently. So I guess... I'm trying to think how I want to do that. Is there any other uses for rare earths besides that? That's rare earth sulfates. We can electrolyze it into rare earth sulfate and thorium hydroxide, so we probably do want to keep some of it. I'm assuming this is something we're going to need. That gives us cerium, rare earth salt, which gives you terbium. I don't know what we need terbium for, but terbium salt dust. Which gives us terbium, which gives us terbium ingots, which I'm pretty sure we do need later on. I'm going to guess, at least. Let me guess. Terbium rods. Yeah, terbium rods, like the UHV stuff. So that's something for much later on. What are we building or fixing today? Well, we started off getting the rest of the multi-block setup. So we got the extruder, the multi-block extruder, and the laser engraver and cutting saw. We got those set up today. And now we're kind of working on... We've started working on getting the other 4 extreme combustion engines. At the same time, we are also working on upgrading our ore processing. Wait, you forgot what existed, Quiet. Rare earths. Wait, when have you used rare earths? And these are taking a while as well. Well, not that long, actually, in fairness. Okay. Well, it is time for a break, so we might have to leave this till we get back. I did just mention them. No, I did. I'm just kind of curious, kind of like when you said you forgot they existed. Or you forget that those exist. I feel like I'm misunderstanding something here, and I'm not sure what it is. Okay, anyway. Right, so... what do we want to do? Well, we're going to leave this going while we're going to break, I think that's the next thing we want to do. I am going to craft another, say 192 of those as well, just to be on the safe sides. And then we're going to go on a break. Because I do need to go and grab myself a drink. If you guys have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. By the way, I meant to mention this earlier. If anybody noticed anything off about the stream with like audio or anything like that, let me know, because I did upgrade to Windows 11 over the weekend and everything seems to be okay. But you can never really tell with Windows updates. So if anyone noticed anything, let me know. Okay, so what is taking the time with this? The ultimate and the tungsten. Okay. I'm not sure if congratulations are in order or not, but Windows was getting more and more insistent on me upgrading, so I figured I probably should. Yeah, actually, it went relatively smoothly, aside from when it first restarted. Well, when I started the update going, and then I went downstairs to do some washing up, then came back upstairs, and both my monitors were off and weren't receiving signals. So at that point, I had no idea if it was even still running. I was just about getting ready to like turn the computer off and turn it back on again. But I decided to move around the HDMI cables into different ports to see if that fixed anything, and it did. And if I'd have turned it off, I would have basically cancelled it in the middle of the upgrade, which probably would have been incredibly bad. I'm kind of glad I didn't do that. Anyway, let's figure out how we're going to do this. And by this, I mean processing of rare earths. We want this to be decently quick, so we're going to run it at probably at HV. Honestly, and that should give us one of these every kind of 2 seconds or so. The only thing is, like, I don't know if, like, I'd like to have robot arms, a robot arm feeding these in fours into a packager, just so we can, actually, hold up. We do have compacting upgrades. If we just feed these into a barrel with a compacting upgrade on it, it will just do the compacting for us. No packager needed. Yeah, let's do it that way. That's a much better way of doing it. We'll grab that. We'll make a compacting upgrade. We will do the advanced compacting upgrade. Wait, do we need even that? We need that? No, I'll do it anyway, just in case, but we'll set it to just do 2x2 recipes. And then we needed, what, centrifuge? What's the highest? We'll make an IV centrifuge. We'll do an IV centrifuge, but we'll underclock it down to HV. That way we'll still get the additional outputs from the higher tier machine and just use less power, since we don't need it to be I don't think we need it to be going like ridiculously quickly. And we can always change that later. You need to do a full backup before moving to Windows 11, as you want to clean install. The downside of 7 terabytes of internal storage. It's definitely still there. I mean, if you're talking about what's it called? There was something I needed to turn on in my BIOS, in the BIOS, which I can't remember what it's called. But I still needed to turn that on. TPM, that's the one. Yeah, I still needed to turn that on in the BIOS. Otherwise, it wouldn't let me update. Anyway, right, we'll get the centrifuge. We said we were going to run this at HV, didn't we? So if we just use a 1 amp HV converter for this, that should be fine, even if we're running it into a IV machine, as long as we underclock it. I'm still trying to leave this bit free. So I need to find somewhere else to fit it, and it's going to have to be here, I guess. We've got the Elite Centrifuge there. We need an interface. It may be something. It's possibly something they're planning to do, Chloe. I don't know. I don't know enough about these things. I just kind of use the computer. That's pretty much the extent of my knowledge. Right, and then that goes there. I'm hoping this will actually still work. It should do. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Alright, and... we're going to need an emitter, because we are going to... We do want to keep a reasonable... I'm going to try and keep around about like 4,000 or so rare earths. We've got 18,000. That's still like 12,000 for us to process. So, right. We'll emit a redstone signal when rare earths is below... We'll emit redstone signal when it's above 4,096. Okay, so we need the barrel, which we've got. We need that. And we want to... allow... What are we going to get from this? We're going to need to make sure we've got storage for all this as well. So cadmium, neodymium, samarium, cerium, yttrium, and lanthanum. Oh, what needs to go into here? Oh, except I can't set the things on there. Hang on, let me just grab some rare earths for now. If we put that through, and then we just output to there. And then we allow that. Oh, hold on, before we do that. We didn't need a barrel this size, by the way. Now, why is that not... Why are you not compacting? You can't be compacted in a crafting table, so... Ah, there we go. All right. That's better. And then neodymium. Yttrium, which is what we really need right now. Samarium. Cerium. And lanthanum. Okay, cool. And then we just need to extract those dusts. We'll just set it to extract any dusts from there and then back into the thing. But we need to make sure we have storage for all of these first. All right, so which do I already have storage for? So cadmium, we've already got. Neodymium, I'm pretty sure we have. Yep. And yttrium, I'm pretty sure we won't have. Nope, no yttrium. And samarium, I'm pretty sure we won't have. Cerium, maybe? Yeah, cerium we've got, and lanthanum I'm pretty sure we don't. No, okay, cool. So we just need 3 more 4K drives. Just throwing shit all over the floor now, apparently. Alright, so... Yttrium... Samarium... and lanthanum. Samarium dust... and lanthanum dust. Alright, there we go. And then we're obviously going to need another laser. And we extract from there. If we use a tag filter... and we use just yttrium dust, and we just set to forge dust. And then sulfide extracts. Except you still do not want to work. Oh, right. Because you got nowhere to go. There we go. Right. We will speed the extract up a little bit down to like 10 ticks. 5 head. A mod that allows you to combine heads to have a bigger head. Is there a purpose to this bigger head? That feels strange. Right, and then if we set this, you just have 15 of those in there. And there we go. We have cadmium, neodymium, yttrium, samarium, cerium, and lanthanum coming in. It'll take a little while to come in, but it's coming in. And no more ore processing needed as well, so which is good. Right, I think this is actually a little awkward because I think I kind of need to have all of the ore processing stuff ready before I switch over, just in case there's any other ore processing I need to do in the meantime. The only other thing I can think of to do would be if I move the ore processing down below here. And we make, and like we've got over on the other side, if we do another floor down here, that might be the way to go. That way we can set this up without tearing down that, which I think is going to be a much better idea. So let's do that. What Y levels did stuff get down to? This was at Y68. And this floor was on Y84. Okay. Somehow it has over 1 million downloads. Does it have a lot of updates to it? That should be... yeah, that's 84. 68, perfect. I'm into there. All right. We should still have this on the copy-paste gadget. Let's make sure we have plenty of bits available. And before I actually go too far with this, let me make sure we are on the right wire level there as well. Yeah, we're good. Okay. I mean, if it's got over 1 million downloads, it must be good, right? Absolutely put it in your mod pack and every other mod pack you make from now on, Quiet. There is nothing else to do, really. That's it. And if it's not in a mod pack you download, you just add it. It's such there are some really weird concepts for mods. It's very niche use cases for things. It's like so weird at times. Oh, that's gonna be the way as well, isn't it? It sounds like the kind of thing that you would have like a as part of like a drunken conversation. You'll just think, oh, wouldn't it be funny if there was a mod like this? That's just what it feels like. It feels like a drunken conversation that somebody's had that just kind of got out of hand. Right. We can get these now. Right, how many of these casings are we going to need? And did I set up the recipe for you? I think I did. If we need 67, we take away whatever, what's this, 5x4? 134, take away 20. 114. If we just make 100 let's just make 100 of the casings for now, and then we'll make the rest as we need them. All right, and then we'll start setting this stuff up down here. And these were 5x5s, right? Yes. All right. And then there. I do remember something about it from a larger pack. Maybe it was Sky Factory 5. That would explain the amount of downloads. If it was in Sky Factory 5, that would definitely account for the downloads. So the output bus there. We're only going to need an input bus on each of these. Although I think I'm going to put the input buses on the front. Oh, it's going to be a little awkward to do this. Because I want to have the input buses. Although, that being said, given that we're moving down into here, we don't need to worry as much about where we put stuff. Or do we? Do we still worry about it? Because we still can't cross chunk borders. And it would seem daft having like just these machines in one chunk and then other machines in another chunk. It's going to be a little bit daft. So I think we're still going to keep with what we had. But I want to be able to change what I output to these. I want to be able to change what I output to these so that we can kind of output specific things when we want to output specific things, if that makes sense. So I think I'd like to do it like this, and then we'll have like just an interface underneath each of these that we can set what we want to output to it. I'm assuming these both also need maintenance hatches and obviously parallel hatches as well. We do parallel hatches there and there. And then we could... That's not where I wanted to go. Then we can do maintenance hatches underneath. And I'm going to assume that it's just 2 layers of the crushing wheels. In the bottom of these. So, yeah, 3x3 and 3x3. Yeah, okay. El Costo does seem to like his weird and wonderful mods, though. That most people probably wouldn't look twice at. Right, yeah, we are definitely going to be a few casings short. So we are, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 4, 8, 12, plus 5, 17 short. That looks things. There we go. And there we go. We have our 2 macerators. Okay, that is stage 1. We got the macerators done. The next stage of all this is the chemical, is the ore washing. So we're going to get that made now. The ore washer... That used the watertight casings, didn't it? Which uses watertight steel. So that is 67 of those. If we're assuming that we're using the same input, the same inputs and outputs from the thing. So if we just say 68 of these recipes, that's what, 34 recipes? What's 34 times 6? That's a good question. 204. Plus the frame. So if we just make about 300, we'll just make like 350 of the watertight ingots for now. We have not set up the recipe for it, though. This we can do, at least. There was something that was stopping us with the yttrium, wasn't it? Wasn't there? I think that was the ink alloy. Yeah, the ink alloy needed yttrium, and we now have... We're up to 75. Anyway, right. Molten watertight steel. This gives us 2,160 millibuckets. Which, how much is that in ingots? 15. So each one of these will give us 15 ingots. Wow. I don't know how I managed to type that exactly, but That leaves iron, aluminium, nickel, chromium, and sulfur. We should have all of that in reasonably large quantities. Yeah, we got a ton of chromium. Stainless steel, we're actually doing fine for now as well. There's something I was a little concerned about. What about iron dust? We don't actually have any iron dust in at the moment. So maybe we do actually want to make another of these large maceration towers for just like general processing, like general maceration. I think that's probably going to be worthwhile, you know. So we'll make one of those as well. We'll do that afterwards. For right now, though, we just need that twice. But what circuit are you on? Circuit 15 as well. That goes there. And there. And if we just make... We'll just make 300 of this for now. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. We'll find out in a moment. Because, yeah, this is going to take a little while to get all the iron dust. Because it is going through here. Yeah, it's pretty slow. It's like 14 ticks, which is not too bad, but... Right, 151 seconds for 30 ingots. Around about 5 seconds per ingot. That's not terrible. Someone gave you some soap. You need to wash your eyes from the mine colony's building upgrade. Wait. What's wrong with the mine colony's building upgrade? What are we going to do for the distilled water, then? Because we are going to be using distilled water in this. I mean, there's always a we could always make just a small distillation tower specifically for this. Like, if we're using this in ore washing... Oh, wait, what's it? There it is. You're using 100 millibuckets per recipe. That's going to be 800 millibuckets per recipe. And then... We're running these at IV. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of distilled water. Like 100 millibuckets times up to 4 every, well, probably be 1.25 seconds, but we're going to need a lot of distilled water for this. So I feel like it's just like a just dedicated distillation tower. If we have that running at EV, 120 millibuckets in 2 seconds. That's probably worthwhile. So yeah, we'll set up a distillation tower for this. How much space did we have? When we had this laid out at the top over here, how much space did we have? Oh yeah, we were moved. Yeah, we've got plenty of space over here because this was basically going to be shifted over to here. And that will give us enough space for a distillation tower next to it. That's fine. That should be easy enough to set up. Alright, let's make the other stuff we need for this. So, large chemical bath. And again, it's not using the universal circuits. I still haven't found a way to make it automatically use these circuits rather than the other ones. The only way I can think of is just to get rid of the crafting recipes entirely and just passive everything. But you can't really do that with the higher, like the higher tier circuits yet. That's not really an option. All right, we still need to make the electric pumps and the elite ore washer. We have everything we need for that. good. And then the electric pump. We just need not styrene, butadiene, rubber rings. Silicon rubber ring. And preferably in the right recipe. Okay, so we haven't got silicon rubber rings being made yet. Can we make silicon rubber ingots? Are we doing that? No, we said making silicon rubber sheets, but not ingots. Can we do this from sheets? We cannot. So we're going to need to do a recipe for the silicon rubber ingots as well. Solidifier, and then from there, we do a recipe for these. Okay, right. That, I think, is everything. These are all going in different random places. I really should organize all this, but those... No circuit, right? Yes, they are no circuit, and then this just goes in a pattern provider. So every time you move Ruby, it's like food given. I wonder if she was just kind of faking the fact that she wasn't kind of doing so well before. Just so she can get more treats. Sounds like the kind of thing she'd do. Right. Is that everything now? Do we have all of the recipes that we need for this? We do. Okay. Okay. And that will go in there. What's it actually called? Large chemical bath. We just need one of those. We might need another one later as an actual chemical bath, but... No, it doesn't sound worth it. No. Depends on the treats, though. I guess. Alright, so those are being made. And then we do need to do the watertight casings. I'm pretty sure we didn't do the recipe for yet. Alright, no, we got those. And then we need to do... Let's bend it over it. Right, recipe for the plates. And then we need a recipe for the frame. And then we need a recipe for the rods. And there's the rods. And then that will go in circuit 4. And that will go in circuit 6. Okay. What are we waiting on for this? Tungsten again. How am I doing for things like helium? Helium's still fine. Argon is still fine. Okay, good. I was a little concerned about those. Hey, Freefall. How's it going? Okay. On the other hand, you've heard of pairs of piggies where one went to the vet for having strange hair loss, just to have the vet realise that the other piggy had given them a haircut. That's actually quite cool. Okay, that worked. Beautiful. Okay, so we've got a large chemical bath. What else goes into this? Just 6 titanium type casings and 67 watertight casings. We might have to wait to craft the watertight casings because we're going to have to, because since that's processing already, it's going to end up making more of it. No, I don't tend to use chisel and bits anymore. Oh, blocks from chisel. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few. Oh, wait, no. I don't think I have got any chisel ones. I think all the ones I've got are chipped. No, I think it's just chipped variants of things that I've used. I don't think any of them would really fit the base that well. Maybe some of the laboratory blocks. Might in some places. We might end up using some of the laboratory blocks when we start actually properly processing stuff. Also, I think since we're going to be waiting a little while for the watertight casings, let's get the rest of the things done for the vacuum freezers and for the extreme combustion engines. Let's start getting all of that stuff sorted. Figure out exactly what else we do need. So we are going to need the maintenance hatches, which we have. I've got the muffler hatches there. Vacuum freezers are going to go back. Yeah, I think I'm just going to stack the vacuum freezers on top of here and probably move the output hatch to here. And the input hatches either side. That way we can at least all share a little bit to make life a little easier. Right, we do need the 4 amp dynamo hatches, though. Why have I got a 16 amp dynamo hatch? Oh, we needed that for the 64 amp substation hatch, didn't we? Yeah, so we need... It is the 4 amp dynamo hatches we're using, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we need 4 of those. Almost to the point where you can make aluminium. Just need to make one more energy converter. Nice. You still enjoying it, free? This mod needs cupboard to run. Your dumbass searches cabinets. Cupboard, cabinet, same thing, right? All right. And then oh god, I should put my muffler hatches away. Oops. All right. So muffler hatch, and this will at least stop all the smoke coming out of the bloody things as well. I'm not a huge fan of having like this big high-tech base that just has smoke pouring out of everywhere. Right, we also need... What was the other thing we need in here? It's the gearbox casings, isn't it? I think it's the just gearbox casings. Yeah. We need 8 of those as well. There's not a lot you can do on these machines. Because the muffler hatches have to have an air block between them. It's not too bad with these. Like, when we've got, like, 2 like this, we can have a muffler hatch on there and a muffler hatch on there. And then they'll just blow into the center and it won't go anywhere. And with the EBFs, you can rotate the muffler hatch inside it since there's an air gap there. And you don't see the smoke because it kind of pushes it inside it. But it still works fine. But there's no air gaps in these. In order to put it there. Tech Smog Simulator 2000. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. All right, so we need input hatches. We're going to need 6 more ME input hatches. 2 for the vacuum freezers, because I'm going to move the input hatch from there, and then we'll put one there and one there to deal with both of them, and then the output hatch in the center to deal with all of them. And we'll do that on both sides. The steel mining drill. Yeah, the mining drills are really, really nice. Like, and especially as you go up in the power tiers, you've got a kind of a larger AOE with them. Like the HV one, I think, is like 7x7. Well, 7x7x7. Which is incredibly nice. I don't want to switch. Wait, I'm missing one. Oh, I'm missing this one. Yeah, I don't want to switch the ones on the here over yet. Well, I guess I could do. We can easily just switch them out and put them there, even if we're not using them straight away. Although, that being said, if I do that, I haven't got the input hatches left to use, so let's make a couple more just to be on the safe side. It's not like we're not going to have anything else that needs the input hatches. Right, what's taking the time with the dynamo hatches? Tungsten and the HPIC chips. Oh man, even the HPIC chips are still slow. Like it's doing one at a time. It's like you can only do one at a time, but it does need IV tier power to do them, so. Honestly, there's no reason to do that besides my own kind of my own need for things to be horizontal or in 45-degree angle, like either a 90-degree or 45-degree angles. I don't need on the close area. It's not designed for that today. The locking handle snaps. Did you learn it? Did you lean it? Yes. GG dribble. So I'm assuming a new clothes era is on the shopping list. Right, how many casings are we going to need? Several. So it's what, 3x3, so like 9, 18, 27, take away 2, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 30, like 30, so it's like 66 casings or something like that, I think. The bit that's worrying me at the minute is I can't remember exactly how to copy the frequency from that. I might have to do some testing on, like, away from this just to make sure I don't screw it up. What are those called? The robust tungsten steel casings. We said we needed, what, 66 of them, give or take? Hopefully those don't take too long. And we've still got to do the rest of these as well. Oh, it probably won't matter significantly at the moment. There we go. 2 more. Are those the blocks they're using? What's going on with the birch in those pictures, Guitar Island? What is that the... I'm assuming that's the mine colonies people doing that. What the hell? Okay, right, so... I've accidentally crafted 27 stacks of torches before. That's impressive. That's quite impressive. Right, we can get rid of those now. Right, okay, we need... Oh, we should have the input hatches now. There's not much point in doing that, is there? Alright, we need... a bunch more maintenance hatches. I'm just going to do another 20 of those, I think. Yeah, like, how are they actually even doing that? I thought they kind of like only worked in certain areas. Like, how is that happening? Yeah, it was probably a very illuminating experience for him, Tribble. Telling your sister about your favorite Japanese restaurant, and now you're hungry. Gonna be ordering food then, I take it, Quiet. Because when you have the crafting station set to pull from inventories, shift and click won't stop at just one stack. See, that's why I don't like having crafting stations attached to most of my inventory, like a large inventory. Usually I'll have it attached to something that has like tools in it, for example, that are needed. But otherwise, I'll just make sure I do things manually. It makes things a little bit slower, but I'm very prone to making doing the kind of things that you did. We need frostproof casings. How am I going to do the power? I guess we switch out the energy hatches for... Oh, wait, I can't do that, can I? Oh, that's awkward. I was going to use peer-to-peer for outputting the power to these. But we've only got an EV output at the moment. Sorry, an IV output at the moment. And we need an EV output. So I either have to make an EV output for this, which is doable. It's going to be making a few more recipes, but we can make an EV output. Or, and I think this might actually be the better option, we just change these to IV. It uses a little bit more power, but it will just save on a few other things. Whoops, daisy. Yeah, it uses a little bit more power, but it will save on a few other things. So we just switch these out for IV energy hatches. Which we're going to need to make a few more of now. If we just make another 8 of those, we're going to need a few. We're going to need a few of them at least. We're getting really used to having that end hook now. It's so nice, isn't it? It is so nice. Right, okay, so I need to do a few little tests here. I attach, let's just have these here. I want to be able to duplicate an input. Right, I'm going to use my other memory card for now. If we clear that, that is the input, that is the output. Ah, the bloody offline, isn't it? Of course it's offline. That shouldn't make a difference, though. That... Oh, it does make a difference, though, because we can't see the channels or anything like that on it. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Hold, please. Let's just bring this across here for a moment. What they're attached to doesn't really matter. But if we say that as the input and then that will be the output. If we want to say we clear that, but we then want to copy that, I can shift right click that, and then I want to set it as an input. I do that. And if I want to set it as an output, that doesn't do anything. Okay, hold on. Let me remove that. If I just right click with that, yeah. If you just right click with it, it says says it as an output, and if you right click it if you right click it with the card in your offhand, it says it as an input. Okay. Right. Dirt. Let's replace that. Okay, so these, we're going to need to set up the input, so set that up on there, and that on there, that on there, and that on there. Like so, and then these are our IV inputs to the substation, which should be 898D. Let me put this away so I don't accidentally use the wrong thing. 898D. So all we should have to do is this, and these will set them all to the right inputs. Fantastic. Okay, right, that's actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. Do I have my energy hatches. I'm going to need to make some more of these multi-peer-to-peers, though. Right, and I need to get rid of this. And this. And this. And this. I'll replace these with IV energy hatches. With peer-to-peers. Uh-huh. Beautiful. Okay, so that should be getting us enough now to run both of these. We just need to switch it over on this side as well. We get rid of that. And that. And that. And that. We are going to need to keep an eye on oxygen levels, though. Because now that we're going to be using considerably more, we want to make sure we are actually producing enough. So we need to keep an eye on that. IV output from substation, so that should be there. And that should be there. Okay, excellent. I feel like we might need threshold emitters. But there are threshold emitters, right? Yeah, it might be worth getting a threshold level emitter just so these don't, like, aren't constantly turning off and on again. Right, anyway, that goes away, that goes away, that goes away. That goes back in there. Those stay out. Those go away. Where do those EV 4 amp convert? Oh, right. I was going to say, where do those EV 4 amp converters come from? They came from, they were being used in there, weren't they? Oh, I do need the covered cables still. Now, with this, we should be in a situation where we pretty much just don't need to worry about we don't need to worry about power at all for at least a little while. Hey, Ray. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. We're actually making some progress today, so that is a good thing. How are you doing? All right, so we need 67 watertight casings. Hopefully that is the right number, and we did have enough watertight steel for it, which is good. We also need machine controllers, which we are now out of. I believe these stay exactly as they currently are. Have we made... Oh, damn, those watertight casings came in quick. Jeez. Right, we have just about got enough. Redstone cards. We are going to need to make a few more soon, though. Alright, that goes in there. Did I copy that? Yes. So those should be turned on at the moment. Right, now we just need to make sure we output lubricant, oxygen, and gene gasoline to all of these. Lubricant is something we might need to keep an eye on as well. I think we're just doing 2 buckets in there, weren't we? Lubricant. Liquid oxygen. We've also got to remember that these are going to... these are going to use the... they're not going to use the liquid oxygen for the first process of it for some reason. Let's get rid of that. I don't know why they do that, but... And there we go. Right, that should be going at 30, producing 8,192. When it's run through that first cycle, it should produce 32,768 then. I think we've got 2 buckets. Right, liquid oxygen and gasoline. I wish you could copy the settings from these hatches. Actually, come on. Think of it, can you? No. I hoped you might be able to, but no. Yeah, so we'll double check to make sure that those are doing their thing. We should be inputting around about this. These will give us about 32 amps of IV, and we can input up to about 64 amps, or we can input up to 64 amps. I just want to make sure this does tick over to producing 31,000. No, 32,768 should tick over to once it gets to 128 seconds. So... And... are you going to do what you're supposed to do? Yes, there we go. 32,768. So technically we're also producing like 8 amps of LUV with this. So this should go up. So 32,768 times 8 plus 6,144 times 8. About 311,000. Plus we've also got the we've also got these as well, which are just really here for decoration now more than anything else. Okay, right. We should have all of the casings we need for this. I am gonna have to set up another travel anchor at the bottom. I need a better way of getting up and down from these places. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if we put a travel anchor there. There we go. Right, so that is... we've got to put this over here. Right, so the chemical bath is 5 by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5 by 7. That'll be down there like that. I will say, I used to really not like the new Greg Tech textures. I actually really like them now. I have to say, they have grown on me significantly. Wait, is it 3 blocks tall or 4? It is only 3. Okay. I'll put that there. Those will go there. All right, so what do we still need? We still need the maintenance hatch. We need parallel hatch. We need the IV energy hatch. We need an input hatch. And an input bus. I've got to figure out how I'm going to move items around from here. Like within this whole setup. I haven't really kind of decided on that yet. I still want to keep it all on a sub-network. I've just realized that this is probably going to be better off being on the other side. Not that it makes too much difference, but If we're going to have the... Wait, no, the energy hatch won't go there. What? I'll go on the other side. Maintenance hatch will go there. Parallel hatch will go there. Controller will go there. And then we're going to need an input hatch, which we already have. We're going to need an input bus. No, output bus, rather. Hey, Zedek. How are you doing? I'm guessing you're not here, actually, so ignore that. That's the output bus. Input hatch for the distilled water. And the IV energy hatch. Which you there. You're here for a moment. Hello for a moment. I'm unsure. I'm missing something. What am I... Oh, we've not got the... Ah, we haven't got the input bus in there yet, have we? The input bus we will actually put... I think over here. There we go. We have a large block. Enjoy the luck. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so we've got that. We're going to have to do a distillation tower as well. It's only going to need to be a small distillation tower. We just need to make sure we are making enough distilled water. And we're going to do this. We're going to have to do this at IV, aren't we? We're going to have to do it at IV. And then shut it off. Just because that either do it at IV or I'm going to have to, and I think this is the way we're going to do it, we're going to have to make an EV, a 64 amp EV output. From the substation. We're going to have to get the stuff together for that. It shouldn't be difficult. All right, so we still need to make the 16x wire. We still need to make the 16 amp dynamo hatch. Which still requires the 8x aluminium wire. And the 16 amp... Wait, no, hang on, wrong one. Then which requires the extreme voltage transformer. We do have everything we need for that, thankfully. I am going to need another memory card as well. That will go in there. That should be everything for that now. And then we just got to do the extreme voltage power transformer, which we just need the 16x aluminium cables. I still need to do a proper cable assembler, don't I, really? I might actually do a multi-block assembler purely for that. That should be everything we need. The EV dynamo hatch. We need another memory card. Unfortunately, I don't think we can use the advanced memory cards for this. I'm going to need to make more of the accumulation processors as well, aren't I? Which means we're going to need a bunch more black steel. I can make another... Wait, what do we need for these exactly? The printed accumulation circuits are... I guess we could do them in the forming press. Well, we made... Since we're still just manually crafting these ones for now, we'll have to fix that soon, but... We make another stack of them. We'll do like a stack of black steel. So we get a stack of black steel. We're going to need a stack of printed silicon. And it's HV circuits we need, right? Yeah, a stack of HV circuits. Right. And what's taking the time with this? Oh, I know what's taking the time. Because the dynamo hatch needs to be done in an assembler, as does that dynamo hatch. Yeah, the dynamo hatches should have been in an assembler. So that and that should be in here. Hopefully. If I didn't fuck it up. I didn't. Beautiful. Okay, so grab that. Let's see if I can screw this up. We need to do this as quickly as we can. We got the 64 amp substation dynamo hatch. That will go on there. That will go turn into an EU peer-to-peer. That will go there. And then we just need... do that. I hope. We need to rename it and move some things around in our inventory. Oh god, what did I call the other one? IV output from substation. So EV output from substation. And what we need to do is move those over. Put that into there, just so we got the power tiers in the right orders. Okay, that should allow us to output at up to 64 amps of EV. Right, where are we going? We are over here. No, wait. We will be over here, but we're not actually ready for it yet, are we? Right, we also need that, and we need the printed silicon. Let's go and... First things first. We'll leave that going. And then we've got to go and make our distillation tower. We'll have the distillation tower down here. Need more maintenance. Which we'll put on that side. Grab an EV energy hatch. On there. Your stupid loud neighbor is back. That sucks. How many of these are we gonna need? We're not gonna need many, are we? So if we let's just make 32. We're gonna need more of these stainless steel casings in the near future anyway. I don't think we need an output hatch, and we need an output hatch, but we don't need a... We don't need an output bus. Because it's not outputting any, Yeah, that should be fine. And then this should be making... Yeah, this should be fine. Okay. We do want... I'm assuming we can use an ME output hatch for this as well. For outputting the distilled water. I'm assuming that'll work without any problems. If we use an input hatch... Just go there. Does that actually form? Is there a minimum of 3 layers for the distillation tower? It looks like it is a minimum of 3 layers. Yeah. That works. All right. So we need the infinite water. Can go on there. We've still got to get the actual... we've still got to get the ME cable down from here. Down to the floor below. How did I set that up on here? I did it on one block out from the... So let's move that out. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. I'm trying to make sure we kind of mirror this so everything is at least symmetrical. Oh, yeah, I was right. Never mind. All right, so this will go across here. Center is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here. Oh, there's a thought, actually. I'm surprised this is working. These chunks here aren't actually loaded. They're not chunk loaded, at least. This chunk I'm in here is not actually chunk loaded, I think. And also, none of these are claimed. Yeah, we'll chunk load that as well, just to be on the safe side. Oh, that's not chunk loaded either. Okay. I have missed things, apparently. Right, okay, so we need... That's coming up there. We're going to need to get the input going to there, but I don't know... We still don't know exactly how we're doing the inputs to these. We need it to come to there. So we do need to bring this all the way along here. Or at least as far as this. That needs to come over to there. I don't know what we're doing with that bit yet. Comes across there. That goes on there. That goes on there. We need... These are both ivy, so... Now, this one is ivy. Now, to make sure the EV one is working, that is EV. Beautiful. And nothing is blowing up, which is always a plus. Well, assuming you don't want things blowing up, that is. Okay, so... Let's see. That will be making distilled water. It's not actually storing anywhere yet, but... There we go. And then we do need more... covered cables. Oh, I know what I didn't put in here. Oh, no, I did put a parallel hatch. Never mind. We've got the parallel hatches in everything. We're fine. We're all good. Okay, so... This should be gaining distilled water quite quickly. Oh, right. That's another thing we haven't sorted out yet. I've not actually got machine controller covers craftable. But let's fix that. Alright, so these are all the ones that have other random fluids in them, which we can't put into the multi-block yet. Right, so we need to make 64 of those. So glad you don't have neighbors. We've got neighbors, but we barely see them, thankfully. They seem like pretty decent people as well, so I guess we got kind of lucky with our neighbors. Right, I want a threshold emitter for this. Let's just make 32 of those for now as well. Right, why is this taking a while? Oh, the soldering alloy. We need to sort out the extractor. Is it a multi-block extractor? I'm assuming yes. Yeah, large extraction machine. We could probably do with one of those as well at some point. Right, so upper threshold. This is for distilled water. If we say we keep... What, how much storage did I give for distilled water? It was just a 1k drive, so that's, what, 8,000 buckets? So if we say shut off at 8,000 buckets and turn on again at 6,000. Or we can put it a lot lower than that, actually, 4,000, and turn it on again at 2,000. And we'll set that to below, so we'll emit... Oh my god, we haven't had any of these yet. Right, there's something wrong with the machine controllers here. Why is there something wrong with the machine controllers? Oh. Because apparently I removed the IV assembler. For some strange reason. That would explain it. Yeah, it's 1,100 meters squared, so the closest house is like 30 meters away. So you can basically make all the noise you like and not have to worry about it. And so can your neighbors, I guess. Alright, so... Right, that's turned off. We've only got 529... Why is there only 529 buckets of distilled water? How is there only 529 buckets of distilled water? Right, we need to invert that. That should be fine anyway. It'll be fine. Although I think I might change that threshold again and actually put it up to the higher limit. So 6,000 and 4,000 maybe. Alright, so let's go and sort out... Put that away for now. Let's go and sort out those accumulation processes. Where are we? Up here. Okay. So we now have our... We should probably make sure these things actually work, you know, shouldn't we? I feel like that would be a good idea. Although I've also realized something else that could potentially be a bit of a problem. We don't want the output bus in the same place as these. Like we don't want the output bus here yet. Because we want this all on its own separate as its own separate entity, basically its own separate network. We're obviously going to be transferring power via the main ME network. I guess we can still have it on the main network and just make sure we output all related things to here. Because we are going to have a reasonable size storage for the kind of the ore processing stuff in this. You're on really good terms with all your neighbors. You borrow things off each other all the time and help wherever. Recently, you mowed one neighbor's lawn while they were in Greece for 2 weeks. Nice. Fancy coming to mow our lawn? They could do with being done at the minute. Why do I feel like that is not going up very quickly? I guess we are only getting 520 millibuckets every 2 seconds. I really hope that's enough. Anyway, right. We've got the large chemical bath. Next up, we need to do the centrifugal units. I'm hoping there is nothing that... Oh no, this was what we needed the yttrium for, didn't we? We're up to 481 yttrium, so hopefully that will be fine. I hope. What recipe does this use? Or circuit rather? Circuit 14. It's yttrium, aluminium, manganese. Do we have manganese? Oh, yeah, never mind. We've got 18,000 of it. We're fine for manganese. Right, so how much is this? 1872. How many ingots is that? That is 13 ingots. Thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. I'm a noodle now, apparently. You found a good way to get around your anxiety. What have you found, Chloe? And thank you for that hydrate as well, AK. Right, we said this was Incloy 956. So it was 13 ingots, right? And these were on circuit 14. Which I'm pretty sure we have. 15, 14. We do have... Oh, wait. Oh, it lagged for a second there. I thought it was about to crash on me. That would not have been good. Right, so the Incaloy 956. Let's try and figure out how many of these things how much we're going to need for this. Because we're going to need to make 2 of these. One as a thermal centrifuge, one as a regular centrifuge. Log playing a mod pack you're enjoying behind streaming, force you to be social to continue playing. Makes sense. Hopefully it works out. I can get rid of that. Okay, so large centrifugal units. We're going to try and wall share these. Shouldn't be difficult. So basically, we're just going to need to remove 9 plus 12, so 21 frames. So 50 to 100 minus 12, 100 minus 21. 79. We're going to need 79 of the vibration-safe casings. All right, so let's do that. That. And that. And that. Okay, so... Vendor... Oh, right, I was wondering what that was doing there. Why we had 2 double plate ones. It's because I haven't removed the single block machine yet. It just hasn't got any patterns in it. All right, then we need circuit 4 for those, and circuit 6 for those. All right, so how many did we say we needed? 71 of the vibration-safe casings. 299 of the ingots to craft. How many, how long does it take, roughly, per ingot? 131 seconds for 26 ingots. Roughly about 5 seconds again per ingot, which isn't bad. These have all turned off as they were supposed to. Fan-fucking-tastic. Okay. All right, things are coming along. We've got to start thinking about how we're going to deal with the processing of ores. Because right now, literally all that happens is we put in the inputs, either the raw ores into there and the crushed ores into there. and then they'll get the raw ores will get macerated, crushed, and then turn into crushed ores, and then they'll go through the ore washer, and then through the thermal centrifuges, then through the macerators again. And then there's other things that will go through either centrifuges or electrolyzers. Right, so... And at the minute, that's all just been going in a self-contained loop. And I guess we can technically still do that. It might actually be the best way to go. Is keep it all, let's continue to keep it all self-contained. And then do all of the routing via laser IO. Or at least we only have to like import and export from one place. I think that's the way to go, honestly. We'll have to do a few things with it. So we're going to have to change these. We're not going to be using the output bus then. If we're doing it this way. Wait, what are these casings? Maceration casings. Yeah, we're not going to be using the output bus then, because this will... None of this will be going directly... In fact, none of it will be going directly back into the ME system at any point, I don't think. It's all going to get moved around via lasers, a laser network. But it's going to have to go to different places. So how are we going to do that? I guess we just like we just keep a similar thing to what we've got now. We'll output to a barrel, and the barrel will move it off to wherever it needs to go. That way we can easily, like, if we need to reroute something, say we suddenly decide we need to reroute something to a chemical bath maybe, and put it through a chemical bath instead of the ore washer, we can kind of we can blacklist that thing from going to the ore washer and just send it to a chemical bath instead. That, I think, is going to be the way to go. So let's just make a few HV output buses for now. I need to go and check on a few other things as well, actually. If I can find... Seconds, there we go. Yeah, I had a feeling we were going to be starting to run out of gallium foil. So we should be able to just put those into there, and that will start making gallium foil for us again. Everything else still seems to be fine, though. Yeah, everything else is fine. Perfect. Although the routing from this is going to end up starting to get a little complicated, I think. I think I want to do the outputs, the sides here. That way we can at least... I'll put barrels next to these, and that way we can at least see what's getting output. And then we'll have to do the same with this. I don't know why I've got an input bus on there. That's another situation of me getting the wrong freaking bus for some weird reason. And we're also going to have to, since these are the input buses, we're going to have to... Actually, what we can do is have all of these have the actual input and output barrels at like on the underside. That would be very much the wrong bus. So, not sure I'm happy about this yet. But hopefully it'll be fine. I really hope it's going to be fine. What I am curious about, though, is...
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Are you falling asleep, Quiet? We're not going to get this done today, by the way, chat. There's absolutely no chance we're getting this done today. Right, if I were to put stack upgrades in here, would they get pulled in by this? No. Good. Okay, that's all I need to know. Okay, so that will... These are the two inputs to this. And the outputs will be on the outsides. The inputs we might end up having to do, we might end up doing differently though. Because we're going to be input, these bits we probably will be inputting from, at least to one side of this, we probably will be inputting from the ME system. And it's also going to be the same on here as well, actually, now that I think about it. On the ore washing. Ah, hell. Hmm. Where was I going to set everything else up? What was I going to put in there? What was that going to be? Was that going to be the electrolyzer? Yeah, that was like 4 by 5, wasn't it? Which would fit nicely into there on the end of this. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to need to tear a lot of these out and rebuild anyway. Just to make sure we have enough space. So that was going to be where the electrolyzer goes. I would have liked to have had the machines in like the logical order that they would be used in. But it's not really going to work, I don't think. I think what I'll do, I'll leave this front section here for like we're not going to be using interim stories though, are we, with this? If we're doing it the way I'm planning at the minute. So we do the sifter and the centrifuge down at the bottom. We will still need to move this down to the bottom. There's 2 5x5 machines. Those would be in there. And then we would still have space here if we did want to use an ME system for the storage, which I'm still tempted to do. Basically have storage drives. It would be nice if we could do... You can't use, like, tags for storage drives, can you? Although there are tag storage buses. So, yes, I guess technically we could. I really don't know how I want to do this. So I kind of like the idea of having like a couple of like an extended drive or a couple of extended drives for each of the different ore stages. So we'll have a couple of them for any raw, or one. We'll maybe have one for any raw ores we have, and then a couple of them for crushed ores, and then then some for the purified crushed ores, and then some for the is it refined? I think they are. Yeah, some for the refined ones, and then wait, so the where do we go from the refined? Oh yeah, then they just get macerated again to the actual dust. But I'd want to make sure we only kept certain things in certain storage cells. I don't want to overcomplicate it though, Chloe. You could easily have like a different subnet for each of the ore types, for each of the kind of the stages of the ores, but it would have to go on a separate subnet, and then we'd have to make sure there was separation between the drives, otherwise they'd end up messing with the different networks. So you couldn't have like one subnetwork there of drives there for the crushed ores, and then a different subnetwork directly next to it for the kind of the purified ores. It wouldn't work. Like, it's possible to do, but whether it's a good idea to do it or not is a different matter. Getting a little bit more distilled water now. Anyway, right, we were going to do the centrifuges. We'll do the centrifuges at this end, I think. Which I have a feeling we're definitely not going to get done today. I don't think I'm going to bother. Like, there's no point in storing. Like, there really isn't any point in storing the kind of the middle ground of the ore processing. Like, because we get the raw ores in from. We'll be getting the raw ores in when we start passiving the microminers, and we'll be getting the crushed ores in from whenever we use the large miner. We'll obviously have to store both of those, but everything else, like there's very little point in storing it. But the problem is, it then means that we can't use the ME output buses for the ores. So it's going to take a little bit of figuring out. I don't really want to start. I'm not going to start thinking about it too much until we have everything set up anyway. And I'm also really not liking how compact this is at the moment and how little space we have to walk. So if we started to add like any kind of decoration around this, the only way we could do it would be to have something like that where everything's just flush with the wall. I guess we could use like wall panels, like vertical slabs along here to break it up a little bit. But it's really going to be very tightly packed. The only other way you can do it is by having things just like in the center of the chunks. And then have everything significantly more spread out. Which honestly, the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking that's the way to go. That might well be the way to go. So we'll just like shift everything into the center of the chunk. So we'll move the maceration towers into the center and the electrolysis into the center, then all of this into the center of one chunk, and then these will get shifted over to this chunk. It's not like we're going to be short on space here. Like, we've got plenty of space. So I think that's actually how we're going to do it, because that way at least it leaves it open for much nicer decoration. And the ability to actually properly decorate things later. So that would be the center. We'd have to move that, but that would give us the centrifuges. And that would be... I think what we'd probably do, actually, is move this somewhere to the side. Right, let's do that now. We'll just, for the time being, we'll just stick it down here. To keep its name? No. But yeah, because we have got space here for kind of walkways for the most part, if we need them. This is always the biggest struggle I find with packs like this, is deciding how I want to actually lay things out. Because aesthetics matter. So yeah, we'd have the centrifuges there, and then the centrifuges there, then the sifter there, which would have been that. Macerators will go there along with the electrolyzer. And then that will get shifted into the middle. Then that should be everything we need, all processing-wise. And then we've still got, like, 4 chunks down here. I guess what I might do, actually, as well, is just move move that over to this side, just so it's all in one kind of row. And it's going to leave a lot of open space, but that doesn't matter. We have all the space in the world. Have we got any more of those yet? No. This stuff is taking forever. But I think we might have to leave it here for the day. As much as I hate leaving things, like, in the middle of it, I need to go and get some food. But yeah, tomorrow we'll come back, we'll shift these over to the center. We can get rid of this now, that's not needed there. We'll shift this over to the center, we'll shift that over there. Or maybe we put this over on the far side. Because then you got the macerator, then the ore washing, and then the thermal centrifuging. Then it does go back to macerating over there, but that's fine. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll move this over to the other side. Over to here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we got a few more. I can get at least, like, the bottom layer of this. How do I... What have I even done here? Actually, I have no idea. Anyway, I think we are going to leave it there. We'll come back to this tomorrow. We will get the rest of the ore processing multi-block set up. We didn't quite get to fixing the EBFs. That's going to be the next thing we do. Once we've done that, I think we should be in a pretty good spot to continue. We can start looking at the improved SMD components, and also getting into the fission stuff from Nuclearcraft, because we are going to need that. I'm not actually entirely sure what we need all of that for. I'm assuming It's for plutonium. I'm pretty sure. I'm guessing that's probably what we're going to need it for, but we are going to need to get into that at some point in the near future. And then yeah, we can actually start continuing. We have enough power now that we can at least start speeding a lot of things up as well. Things that are not already sped up. So yeah, we are in good shape. Thank you for being here, Dribble, and thank you everyone else for being here. Thank you, Chloe, for the raid. I'm glad your first stream went well. Hopefully, all subsequent streams will go equally well. But yeah, for right now, I am going to call it a day. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Should be around about the same time, 3 p.m. My sleep is a little messed up at the minute, so there's a chance it might be later. But we should be all right, at least for a little bit longer, before my sleep properly slips out. But yeah, have an amazing rest of your day, everybody. And I will see you all tomorrow.